all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, maintenance, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Drobhava, and Anugraha, which is creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberating grace for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has landed down and walks among us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic bodiless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of this civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle for the first time in modern day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a never-accomplished record-breaking speed. So you can see here the Guru Parampara. You can see so many of Swamiji's gurus like Mata Vibhudanandapuri, Pundi Swamigal, Isakki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Yogi Raj Yoganandapuri. You can see so many of the gurus of Swamiji who has transmitted all this knowledge of and sciences to Swamiji, and Swamiji, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught to revive these sciences, initiations, and knowledge for millions of beings all across the globe to manifest the science of power manifestation from disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and possibility of every being, Prajnana. So let us see a small video on what is Diksha and what happens when we get Diksha from the Avatar.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process. and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda.
Yes. So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 levels, through 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas. First is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who has time tested and verified this extraordinary science. Next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So let us see where we got all these source scriptures from. Where do we get all these references from? From the Vedagamas, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, whereas Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths, and any reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye, which is the power of seeing with the eyes blindfolded. But before we begin, let us see the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodardhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by such stability of the mind and inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam, and by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place attaining the space of oneness with the source cause, Paramashiva. Next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. So let us see where Bhagavan Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Mam shakyase drashtum manenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So, let us now see the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji beautifully shares in his own words how he experienced the 360-degree vision when he was just a mere 12-year-old boy.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction. below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
Yes. Let us now see the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET. So you can clearly see when Swamiji is doing daily activity, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So without further delay, let us witness the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of power manifestation through the Balasins and the Nithyananda yogis and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you will be first witnessing the power of third eye. Please stay tuned. And in a few minutes, you will see how the Balasins and the Nithyananda yogis are demonstrating and manifesting the extraordinary Shakti of third eye. Please stay tuned. We'll be back right after a short break. Yes. So along with me here, I have Manitya Kaladharananda and Manitya Virajananda, who are going to be demonstrating the extraordinary Shakti of third eye reading, the blindfold reading. So along with me here, I have a mindfold. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. And you can see that there is no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet, and that there is no possible way of light entering through this eye band. This is actually an ophthalmologist certified eye band, certified and tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India. And it is medically, scientifically proven that no light can enter this eye band even with the eyes open inside. So this is the eye band that I'll be placing on Manitya Virajananda and Manitya Kaladharananda. So now I'll be blindfolding them, and I'll be showing the eye band before blindfolding them once. Yes. Avarija, are you comfortable? Yes.
This is because in this page is part 5.
Now are you comfortable? Yes. So now I'll be showing Ma Kaladhara's eye band before blindfolding her. Yes, Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma, could you just add this eye band to the middle?
Yes. Yes. So now I request both of you to turn to your right.
and the same, ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become.
So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back. Today we are going to be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, blessing us as Devi Parashakti. As we are getting ready for Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings, let us see how we can submit our questions to Devi Parashakti. So you can comment on the YouTube live video. All the members of the main HDH Nithyananda channel, you'll be able to submit your questions on the YouTube live video in the live chat section. You can directly post your questions for Devi Parashakti. And you can, all others. So if you are a member of the main SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you will be able to post a question there. And if you are not yet a member, you can become a member by clicking on the join button. Just below the live video, you will see a join button. So you can click on the join button and become a member of the channel so that you'll be able to ask questions live on the YouTube live chat itself. You can also submit your questions on the live Facebook video, under the live Facebook video as a comment under that video. You can reply to the tweet on the @Nithyananda, the official Twitter handle of Kailasa's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar. And you can even post your question on the Instagram feed. Follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section of the Instagram post related to Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings today. You can also ask a question via WhatsApp in the kailasa.org. When you go to the kailasa.org site, on the left hand side, you will see a WhatsApp icon. You can ask your questions on the WhatsApp. And on the right hand side, you will see a live chat icon. You can even submit your questions via the live chat option as well. So there are multiple ways you can submit your question to Devi Parashakti to receive her grace and blessings in our life. So today, as we are having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti, it is such a blessing for us to receive her grace and blessings. And let's all get ready. Please inform your friends and family, inform everyone that today we are having the live darshan of Devi Parashakti coming and gracing us at 10 p.m. IST tonight. So let's get ready for the next session. The next session, we are going to share with you how the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita, the monastery and the Sarvajñapita established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Adi Kailasa, is protecting us from the pralaya that is happening we heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism how as blessing us as Divya Parashakti, how the cosmic deluge is happening and how lakhs and lakhs and crores are going to be dying in this pralaya. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken the responsibility and rushing the aid to India through Kailasa, opening up the monasteries and multi-level quarantine facilities in India. So in the next segment of today's program, we are going to be having the administrators of the Adi Kailasa Savanyapita join us and share with us the multi-layer quarantine facility that are being made available for each and every one of us living in India in Adi Kailasa Savanyapita. So let's get ready for the next segment.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
the interesting segment on Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19. Now let us see the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti, who told that on 12th of May 2021, I came as Nijavatara, I am blessing you, listen, people listen, to do good to all of you. I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharadam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of the conspiracies of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam Navabhashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dips in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have the death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Listen well to my words. For India, I made the ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking, just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navabhashana water, feast and medicine. To get health and protection and enlightenment, to protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if the captain of the ship is not there, ship is there. Coronavirus in India updates. 96 doctors in Bihar, they have lost their lives due to COVID-19, especially during the second wave, says IMA. India sees the biggest spike in COVID deaths after state revises the toll. India has reported its highest ever single day death from COVID-19, 6,148 deaths after an eastern state sharply raises its figures to account for people who succumb to the disease at home or in private hospitals. The highest virulent Delta Plus variant of the novel coronavirus could stoke a third wave in Maharashtra, according to the presentation made at a meeting attended by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray on Wednesday. Coronavirus live updates, where India reports 67,000 new COVID-19 cases, 2,330 deaths in last 24 hours. Health experts say that India missed early alarm, let deadly coronavirus variant spread. And then we have the cases of secondary infections, especially people who have recovered from COVID and the people who have been vaccinated with COVAX. So these people have reduced immunity, especially to the secondary infections like black fungus, yellow fungus, and now we have got green fungus. So a 34-year-old COVID-19 survivor was diagnosed with green fungal infection in Indore, and he has been shifted to Mumbai by air ambulance for treatment. And this is the first case of green fungal infection. And that is a new worry, says the doctor, because after the test, it was found that they contacted green fungus, an infection that has been earlier seen only as a junior partner in other cases. The doctor also told that acting as an aggressor in possibly the first reported case in the history of the country has affected the patient's lungs, sinuses, and blood. So before we go to the next segment, it's an invite to all the viewers today, whoever feels they need to be protected in this COVID time. You have the opportunity to sign up here where kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Before we go to the next segment, let's have a short break. Let's proceed to the next segment, which is the contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Devi Parashakti's revelation mentioned a very beautiful point, which is even if the captain of the ship is not there, the ship is there. What is the now in this segment we're going to see all the different contributions from the captain of the ship, who is none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes, so because of the attack, especially by the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva groups, the captain of the ship, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is not there in the ship, but it is the grace and the compassion of Devi Parashakti, who has manifested as the Nijavatara in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just with his grace and compassion. He has foreseen the Pralaya 12 years before. So in 2008 itself, he made this Navapashana Lingam, known as the Ananda Lingam, using 1008 herbs with medicinal properties, and made this concoction, special concoction of Navapashana, which is going to treat, especially cure people, protect people from corona forever. So it is the grace and the compassion of the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that he has opened up all his de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa to one and all, for them to feel completely protected and safe in these enlightenment ecosystems, the spiritual energy centers that is going to hold people and protect people from this pralaya. So we once again call out this opportunity to every single person, all the viewers. Let us not take this opportunity lightly, because we don't know what is going to happen, especially in the third wave. India has seen the worst deaths the river Ganga is filled with dead bodies. Every hospital does not have a facility to accommodate people who are suffering with corona. There are so many stories which is literally shaking the hearts of people to know that life is too precious. At this stage, let us not take this opportunity lightly. If you feel, yes, I want to protect myself and my loved ones, please sign up for these protection centers, COVID care protection centers, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has opened to the whole of the humanity to protect themselves from Pralaya. So let's take a few minutes to sign up in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each god is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
So as we said, let us look into the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We're actually going to contrast two things: the contributions versus the persecution. What the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed in terms of Annadan, what he has done for the world in terms of contributions for one of the major pillars of Kailasa, which is free food or Annadan. We'll take a look at that first. What is Annadan? As per the definition of the Veda Agamas and Kailasa, Annadan is a traditional distribution of free vegetarian organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, social standing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has stated, as late as 2019, repeated what he has said from day one. We will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annadan. I'm not giving any fantasy. It is already becoming reality. Let us understand the context in the modern scenario, in the modern world of Annadan. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance today. Through Kailasa's Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. We can see here, right from the early times of his public life, 22nd November 2002, this shows the early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is seen offering Annadan on the auspicious occasion of Kartika Deepam in Tiruvannamalai, South India. And then fast forward to 2013, where one can see here a very unique aspect, which probably very few spiritual leaders have today. Even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is engaged in selfless work of day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, actually, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone literally protruding out of his skin on the hand. In 2013, the 2 steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had completely healed. And this picture is right after that surgery. 3rd of Jan 2012, this was the time of the Thane cyclone when it had impacted the state of Pondicherry, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa rushed to the aid of the citizens of Pondicherry, residents of Pondicherry across all districts, towns, and villages, and served there day and night for over a month. One can see here pictures of happy, smiling faces of kids, women, as the peacekeepers of Kailasa toiled day and night, cooking nutritious, sattvic, organic food and serving to the people, not just in the camps where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was stationed, but also going in vehicles all over the state, reaching out to every village, every town, and serving the people with the free food. 9th of September 2011, the Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration in Tiruvannamalai in South India. 25th November 2005, the Arogya Yoga Health Workshop being conducted in Tamil Nadu. And here one can see a huge auditorium full of participants of the meditation program, the Nithyananda Spurna meditation program in Salem on 12th December 2007, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving food with his own hands, providing the Annadan, inspiring the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the people at large. 28th September 2012, one can see this Nithyananda Spurna meditation program workshop in Tiruvannamalai, India. 27 November 2012, Kartikai Deepam celebrations in Tiruvannamalai, one of the largest crowd gatherers, and the peacekeepers of Kailasa serving free food to one and all who were doing the Girivalam, or the circumambulation of the sacred Arunachala hill. 10th May 2017, the 21-day very powerful inner awakening meditation workshop being conducted in Tiruvannamalai, and the blissful participants partaking of the Annadana, the free food. 10th April 2017, the Kalpataru meditation workshop being conducted in Tiruvannamalai. And here you can see the Bhandara, or the spiritual feast, which is served for the respected spiritual leaders and the Hindu monks. This is a very, very unique tradition in Hinduism, where sadhus or monks are served food, and it's like a feast where everyone partakes of the food. It's a blissful gathering, and with a lot of fervor and singing and declarations, this particular gathering is celebrated. One can see here on 28th April 2016, the Kalpataru meditation workshop being conducted and people partaking of the free food. 11th March 2017, in the Arunachala Sarvajñapeetham in Tiruvannamalai, Annadan being offered. 18th August 2019, in the Tirchangod Sarvajñapeetham in Erode, Annadan being offered to one and all. 6th July 2019, Annadan distributed during Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of the Guru in Kailasa and Houston. Needless to say, Annadan, or free food, is a tradition in Kailasas all over the world, be it in the Eastern Hemisphere or the Western Hemisphere. Here one can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blissfully serving the food in the Sadashivoham meditation workshop. And 30th May 2020, this unique contribution, where after the COVID-19 pandemic started, the Annadan service still continues in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. And this is happening in our Madurai Adinam, which is the Shamala Peetha Sarvajñapeetha. And here people are being served the free food by the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa. Let's take this time to watch one unique video where one can contrast what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is contributing versus what the colonial rulers did in India in terms of food.
Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that
in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million peacekeepers of Kailasa under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who have served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 200 peacekeepers at any given time, can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is the enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. The Vedagamas, the source of Hindu scriptures, declares, declares Annam Bahu Kurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. That is what you're seeing in all the pictures here, where thousands and thousands of people are getting served by the peacekeepers of Kailasa. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve the food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is a vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. So far, we have seen the contributions, enormous contributions, just in the field of Annadan. How much of humanitarian effort that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, one, he has personally done that. Two, he has inspired the sovereign order of Kailasa and the peacekeepers of Kailasa to a level which no other country can execute this. So now we're going to see how he was persecuted despite this amount of humanitarian efforts just in the field of Annadan. But there are 100 other fields where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Sanatana Hindu Dharma to its original glory. Despite all of that, why he was persecuted and how he was persecuted brutally by the anti-Hindu elements and anti-Guru Hindu media mafia. Let's watch that second segment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was unlawfully arrested in 2010, especially on 21st of April 2010, during the hearing of another anticipatory bail petition of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for some false accusations in Ramnagara Court, Bangalore. The police lied in the court saying that they had already arrested the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you've already arrested somebody, then you cannot apply for the anticipatory bail. So in this way, around 2 hours later, with the help of the intelligence department, a different team of police officers entered the house where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was staying to illegally arrest him. So before they arrest him, they've already lied in the court saying that they've already arrested him. So in this way, they prevented the anticipatory bail, which is the right to justice for any person. That basic right was denied to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by the police authorities lied in front of the court. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was taken from Solan to Bangalore. The same night, on 21st of April 2010, on his way from airport to prison, an acid egg was anonymously thrown at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The newspapers the next day even ridiculed how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was brought in cattle class in the flight, and his seat was at the end of the aircraft next to the toilet. Throughout the journey, the CID police officers used excessive force and degrading treatment, which continued even after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was imprisoned in the CID office. The police forced the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in different ways to give a false confession against himself. Different officers took turns in torturing, which is grilling, and continuously lied to convince him to give a false confession. Unable to force a false confession, the police officers literally ridiculed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and demanded that they receive healing, as they had got tired of grilling him, and should also receive professional medical support. This was reported by multiple newspapers to mock the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community. Even a High Court judge, during a hearing, remarked at the police, saying that under the guise of suspicion, how long can you, which is police, torture a person? This was a remark made by a High Court judge. The police torture, narrated to media as grilling by police, involved bombarding the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with powerful lights and loud, shrill noises to inflict extreme pain, especially mental and physical pain. This was done to psychologically weaken him and make him give a false confession about a crime that never happened and he never committed. The grilling continued throughout the day and night, late, where the officers took turns not allowing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to have his attorney present.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to literally third-degree torture, which included induced asphyxiation, forced breathing of asbestos dust, which causes mesothelioma, violent damage of the internal organs in the pretext of medical tests, injection of lethal poisons in the blood tests, forced starvation, severe dehydration, sleep deprivation, and multiple attempts to assassinate in police custody. One can compare, just if we take the sleep deprivation torture, one can hear what the Prime Minister of Israel, who described his experience of sleep deprivation when he was a prisoner of the Soviet Union. He says, in the head of the interrogated prisoner, a haze begins to form. His spirit is wearied to death. His legs are unsteady, and he has one sole desire, to sleep. Anyone who has experienced this desire knows that not even hunger and thirst are comparable with it. This is just one description of one of the methods of torture, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to multiple such tortures. On the first day of illegal custody, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to the first medical torture by arbitrary medical tests, where witness accounts record that an excessive amount of blood was withdrawn in the name of testing. When the doctor was repeatedly asked why so much blood was required, the doctor only replied, it was not required. And yet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to not only these blood tests, but was also injected with some unknown substances. Several times the blood was withdrawn, but only a single report is annexed in the charge sheet of the police report. This report was seen by the court, and this fact is recorded in the court order as well. There is no account of what was done with the excessive blood that was withdrawn. The police told the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that the excessive withdrawal would stop if he confessed to the false charges. The records of the second test, which was conducted on 26 April 2010, although reported in the media, were never made part of the charge sheet that was submitted to the court by the police. The police, having destroyed these records, lied to the courts that they never performed any potency tests on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The police repeated these needless, inhumane tests in order to torture and assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism yet again in 2014. One can hear what Argentine lawyer Juan Mendez, former United Nations Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, describes his experience of torture done to him. My greatest fear was that they would come back for more. And here you had the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being subjected to some of the most unimaginably cruel forms of torture, legal injections to both attempt to assassinate as well as slow poison, extreme weakness, damage done to the internal organs, exposure being forced to the carcinogenic substances, forced dizziness, inducing impaired vision, inability to relate with the people, resulting in inability to even stand, feeling chest pain, traumatic, intolerable pain, traumatic tiredness, feeling of death, post-fatigue, psychological trauma, organ damage due to sleep deprivation. All these, the physical body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was subjected to, so that somehow he could just be exterminated, and along with him, Kailasa itself. These cells, the prison cells in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was confined for 53 days, were in absolutely unhygienic, visibly inhuman conditions. The floor was filled with green algae and mold, with stagnant yellow urine water leaking from the sanitary installations from the adjacent cell and attracting mosquitoes. The walls were completely oily with an unknown pungent substance. The cell had no light, fan, or proper ventilation system to let in the fresh air. Eyewitnesses actually told the disciples that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was often experiencing breathing issues and no medical support was provided. When the disciples requested for change of cell, the prison officials told, "This is a palace for the dog who will die in another few days." All this was done to both attempt to assassinate in custody as well as extort false confession and forced self-incrimination, which by their very nature are illegal and do not stand in any court of law. The disciples begged the police to allow them to clean the prison cell, but the officers would neither have the prison staff nor the disciples clean it. As a Hindu monk and the leader of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as per the principles of Hinduism, lives the vow of inner and outer cleanliness, which was purposely violated, especially to break the spirit of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi-Shaivite minority community and the core disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. One can understand from what the Director of International Police and Partnerships and the Senior Advisor, Physicians for Human Rights USA says, torture is by intention secret. Governments deny it. We have all the laws that make it a crime. And so at least one thing that we have accomplished is that most governments don't want to admit that they did it. The CID would allow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to leave the cell only for interrogation. The restroom was far away from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's cell. He wasn't allowed to go when he needed to, which caused deterioration in his health over the 8 days of police custody. There were no charges against him. There were no victims. There was not even a cogent false charge that the police had finalized to force him to falsely accept. But he was subjected to inhumane treatment with a sadist, inexplicable motive in no connection to aid the investigation. Literally, in a case of both downward internal displacement and external displacement of responsibility and trivialization, meaning the responsibility, which is expected to be with the top brass officials, just gets conveniently and justifiably displaced down to the lowest officers, who naturally are not aware of what the bigger picture is and the intentions are. But in case of any problem in the execution of their sinister plans, the blame is conveniently put on the lowest brass. So that is in downward internal displacement and external displacement of responsibility and trivialization. The CID, for what is called enhanced interrogation, created a special cell which was on record ordered to install real harsh lighting and give a freaky Matrix movie-like effect in the work order. We have a snapshot of this. Here you can see the work order signed by the administrative officer of the Director General of Police of the CID, saying, you have a detailed description of how the interrogation room should be, have your hot set, how the hot set should be, and remember that most interrogation rooms are small and consist of nothing but a chair and maybe a table. Make the lighting real harsh and make the room real drab, unless you're going for a freaky effect like in the Matrix. So the intention was very clear: psychologically, mentally torture and break the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by giving either an extremely depressing setup or a freaky movie, Matrix movie-like effect. So the room was created for the singular purpose of interrogating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and never used again. The cell was actually fitted with special CCTV cameras, the footage of which would then be given to the media, which would air the video and publish it on their websites, which by definition, interrogation is supposed to be absolutely confidential and not go outside the hands of the police. The footage had no audio because CCTV cameras record only video. And yet the television channels, after getting the footage from the CID, the police, they added their own audio and subtitles and made a defamatory and absolutely self-incriminatory footage that was aired across all television channels so that massive hate propaganda could be spread against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Without any remorse, the channels maintain their stand and to date continue to host their video on their websites. Even several courts' orders have not stopped the media houses from aiding unfair trials against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The police claimed in the court that the footage was obtained by the media by theft in the police office. Police never even pursued any criminal proceedings against any media house. Instead, the police tortured their technician who installed the CCTV cameras as per the work order issued by them and forced to give a false confession that he stole the CCTV footage and gave it to media illegally. The person actually proved his innocence in the court only in the end of July 2018. This is clearly documented in the court order, and by this time, the entire episode of police leaking the interrogation tapes, which is completely illegal, they leaked the interrogation tapes to media, became redundant as the investigation in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been concluded and submitted to the trial court itself. Please understand, 7-8 years later, you concluding that the person has not leaked the tape, in what way it is going to be useful for the investigation? So these CCTV video records also capture the torture done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were literally pressurized by the police to make false statements to stop the torture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you don't make a false statement against him, then we will continue to torture. This kind of emotional torture was placed on the disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Dr. Andrea Northwood from the Center for Victims of Torture, she says that many patients have told me that the fastest way to make someone crazy is to deprive them of sleep. It is far more effective than the physical assault itself. That is exactly what they did to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because continuously, day and night, he was tortured, he was sleep deprived to ensure that he was broken and he would make a false confession. That is their whole agenda. In the police custody for more than 8 days, more than 192 hours, the CID ensured that neither food nor water was given to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They literally kept him hungry. The police have even taken from his food and eaten it for themselves. Sifo Musomi, former inmate of Robben Island prison, where the political prisoners of conscience like Nelson Mandela suffered years of human rights violations and torture. He says prison food, which mainly consists of rice, would be drastically reduced as a form of punishment. They would systematically starve you by reducing the diet. So the sustained injuries are the violations of religious freedom, religious torture, severe dehydration, food poisoning, and ultimately it's an attempt to murder. Monday morning, 26th of April 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forced into another medical torture in the name of what they called as potency test, which was scheduled at the Institute of Nephrology, Victoria Hospital. However, the so-called test was done under the police custody at an undisclosed location, instead of an equipped hospital, in spite of security measures that were ordered by the Ramnagara Deputy Superintendent of Police already in place. This was reported by the media. However, all the digital media records have been withdrawn, and only copies of newspapers exist. With the ASMT archives and some libraries of the country, the police records of the event were also destroyed by the police. Like every other day until then, excessive blood was withdrawn from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He was not allowed to meet his disciples or legal counsel. Unknown substances were injected into the blood vessels of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
You can see the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was sexually and physically abused. He was given no rest and taken to court, where he reached at around 4 p.m. Disciples saw him looking very different. He appeared exhausted, but was still wearing his traditional trademark smile and blessing them. In the court, when he was standing in the witness box, he maintained his composure in spite of the acute genital and chest pain, which was induced by the police in the custody because of the heavy torture. He was profusely sweating. The judge noticed this and got alarmed and ordered for immediate medical attention and hospitalization to be done to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. One can see the next morning, 27th April 2010, it was extremely difficult for his body to even stand after the torture and injuries it had already gone through. He was forced to run on a treadmill repeatedly for apparent heart tests, more than what was required, at speeds higher than what is needed. He was discharged and merely got rest for only 3 hours in the past 5 days from 12:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And then by 3:30 p.m., the police had brought him back in their custody and resumed what they termed as grilling or interrogation. Some of these incidents were reported by the media themselves. The CID had taken his Rudraksha Mala, the rosary beads, which he had since his childhood and which is an item of extreme religious significance, an item of worship for the entire Kailasa and the citizens of Kailasa, which was given to him by his gurus and had it with him even when he had walked the over 6,000 kilometers that he has traversed throughout the length and breadth of India as a young traveling sadhu or sannyasi in his teenage. After the CID had forcibly taken his Rudraksha Mala, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tore a long portion of his kavi or the saffron cloth and tied knots in it and made a rosary out of it because he was denied his Rudraksha Mala, which is an act of absolute abominable behavior by the police by depriving him of his fundamental right to religious freedom and expression. In the prison, while there were many Muslim prisoners who never broke their routine prayers, and even Hindus who were allowed to keep their personal items of worship inside the cell with them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of over 2 billion Hindus, was not even allowed his personal rosary beads. The police and media spread numerous lies and ridiculed, saying that he might commit suicide by strangulating himself with it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to actually fight in the court to get just his rosary beads back. And during the night, the CID would begin extremely loud construction work, so-called construction work, just a few feet away from his cell, where a high decibel cutting machine was installed, which was used to cut tiles of asbestos. So this actually was for two purposes. One is it made a shrill sound, much worse than screaming, thereby depriving him of sleep or rest. And the second being a lot more sinister and deeper motive, where the fine asbestos dust would fly towards him and it being a known agent for causing lung cancer or mesothelioma in the long term, was also intended to directly assassinate him through asphyxiation.
Yeah. So when the first world countries closed their borders during this massive global emergency, it is Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has unconditionally opened his doors, his spiritual embassies that he had built over 26 years out of blood and sweat. Though the captain of the ship was not there, he made his ship open for all of the humanity, for them to experience protection, spiritual guidance, food, accommodation, internet facilities, work from home, all levels of comforts for the humanity to experience safe ambience during this pralaya. It is the grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Though the first world countries, they closed their borders, he has opened his Kailasas for the humanity. Like I mentioned before, the number of COVID care centers are open across India, which includes the Adi Kailasa in Bangalore, Bididi, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Thiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sirahapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Erode, Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, and Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. So these are the COVID care centers that are opened across India. If you are anywhere in part of this, you can contact us. You can register yourself in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care for you to avail these facilities and feel protected and safe during this ongoing COVID. So these multiple free COVID care centers, in these centers, the peacekeepers of Kailasa offer various social services and spiritual services also. Apart from this, most importantly, the cosmic revelations on global pandemic. If you've seen on the